Oh yeah!
Alright, hope everybody's having a good one. Welcome to Planet Coaster 2 with Cookie Pirate. Today we're going to continue the tropical park that we started yesterday. I'm going to go right ahead and jump into it. Alright, Splash Harbor 1. Splash Harbor 2, I actually continued working on this park last night off stream. Just kind of experimenting with some stuff. And I saved it because I did a lot of cool things, but I don't want to carry them over. Hey, Pepper Tree Villa. Hey, howdy, hey, how are ya? Thanks for joining. Hey, Maria, I've just tried to repeat all of those sounds they made. I'm not even sure if I could repeat them very well. Ha ha! Oh, yeah! Banana B, welcome! Alright. So what we left off with yesterday, when I ended the stream, is this floorless roller coaster, the body slides, the tube slides, those were actually created pretty early, and just this stuff. What I did off stream, and I actually could go in and preview it, but I'm not going to right now. I made a lazy river, a dive pool, a few extra slides, and a restaurant, like a custom-made restaurant. So I think I'm going to try to do some of that again, but with the experience that I got making them from scratch yesterday, I'm going to take that and try to make better ones today. So, we'll see. No guarantees. But I'm going to do my best. Lazy rivers are awesome. I went to Carowinds earlier this week, which is my home park, and it was the first time that I'd been there since the water park was opened. And the lazy river, as well as the trapdoor body slides, were closed, so I was kind of bummed out. Because I love lazy rivers. Like, it's better than being in a regular pool, but it's just so relaxing. And it's a really good change of pace from like the adrenaline rush that you get from the water slides and the roller coasters and stuff like that. It's a really good way to just kick back and relax. Hence the name, be lazy for a little bit, cruise around, and then you can kind of recharge and get back to the adrenaline rush stuff. Okay, so we have our floorless roller coaster over here, and I'm going to rename it. Sorry, I know that's not creative, but it's a better name than Sea Serpent, and it pays a little bit of homage to one of my favorite roller coasters, Kraken at SeaWorld in Orlando. Really good floorless roller coaster. This was somewhat, not entirely, but somewhat themed after Kraken at SeaWorld Orlando. They're both floorless roller coasters. The lift hill, the right turn, the drop into the vertical loop, the dive loop, the zero-G roll. They're actually reversed in the direction that they follow. Instead of a bat wing, you have a cobra roll. But then you go up into the mid-course, drop down underground and go into a smaller vertical loop, and then you have one corkscrew. So the layout of the elements, with the exception of the Batwing, is the same as Kraken. The color scheme isn't too different. The colors are reversed. So the track is green and the supports are more of a darker teal, but in this case, the track is blue and the supports are green. The cars are actually... You know, I'd have to go back and look at the pictures, or the videos that I have of it. I think the cars are actually a deeper blue rather than teal, but I think it's fitting. So, I mean, whatever. We love a good lazy river, yes. Who doesn't? Here are our, Mamba body slides with the run-out lanes. Litter. People need to pick up after themselves. Probably I need to put more trash cans and more janitors in the park. These are just the regular tube slides that we built, the regular pool. Some various shops and facilities and stuff like that. I would like to try to improve the ride operations on this a bit. So let's actually open this up. And... operations, not maintenance. I'm gonna turn this down to about 20 seconds. And I'm gonna... I'm going the wrong way on that. Whoops. I'm gonna lower this to 40. 5 seconds. And we're gonna change that to a quarter load. Any? Full, 3/4, half, and quarter. Yeah, we're gonna go with that there. That'll help the trains flow a little better, because when, especially this one getting stuck on the mid-course, actually really hurts the pacing of the second half of the ride. It doesn't affect the first half, but it really hurts the second half of the ride. Because if this doesn't come to a stop, it carries more speed, and it takes these remaining elements with more speed, more force, and it creates a more exciting ride experience. One thing I'd like to do is... let's see. Six Flags operations be like, ooh! I don't disagree with you on that. I was gonna say, the way that this one is running, Six Flags might not even be as bad as the way this one was running just now when I took a look at it. Resort door. Oh, take a look at these posters. That's kind of cool. Oh, you can make these bamboo stations. That's pretty neat. What I want to do is just stack a few of these walls up. At the moment. Oh no! Haha. Didn't mean to do that. We need to go back in and add one in the location that we took. Well, that is pretty close. The other thing I could do is just... in its entirety. Yeah, let's just redo them now, so they're contiguous. kind of just have this giant bamboo wall doesn't really make any sense. We may actually be able to take these upper levels down. Clear. You can double-click the original building and it will go back to the original grid. Oh, cool. Okay. Well, thanks for that. It's the 16 meter. Oh my gosh, that's massive. Yeah, I think the 8 meter one is the one that we want. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I forgot we gotta do this. Oh, come on. Advanced move. Yeah, that fits exactly. Videos WEBM. Let me... Yeah, I'm not sure that's gonna work. Well... I probably have to go through and do like a regular conversion or something like that. The video type that I saved is not compatible with that, so that kind of sucks. Although, there actually might be an easy way that I could do that quickly. Let me... Oh, this'll do it. Okay. Yeah, so we'll have this ready in just a moment. we actually could take that down. I'm wondering if there is a bamboo wall. That, for example, would only be like 1 or 2 meters tall. There probably is. 1 meter half width. That's a 2 meter. Oh. Yeah, I'm not really sure. It's gonna take a couple minutes there to get that loaded up, but alright, we'll leave that while we wait. Okay. I think what we'll do is build out in this direction over here. We could actually just add a very basic... Yeah. Haha, that's kind of interesting. The way that slopes. Anyway, we could add just a few diving boards, make a nice little diving pool right back here. Kind of tie it into this existing, kind of pool infrastructure. I don't know why the path did that. That is a little... Tell you what. That is full diving depth. Okay. That's more even except right here. I don't understand why that is happening. Okay. I really don't understand that. I mean, do I need to redo the entire pool? I can. Yeah, that looks better there. I don't know what was going on. And shallow. Alright, much better. Ah! I knew it was bound to happen at some point. A little bit of a misclick. And let's... Oh, come on. Close. Alright, let's delete that, and then we'll rebuild from here. Go back to the stamp builder. come on. Yeah, I don't want to delete that though. Well, somehow these are misaligned. Okay. Alright, well that's connected, and then we just need to stamp this right here. And then what we can do is just a regular path. Let's maybe make that a little wider. Yeah, okay, that's sufficient. And then what we'll do here is this is the deep side, so we will add scenery pool extras. Alright, 5 high dives, 6 low dives, and then we can add a couple over here since this is all diving depth. And actually what we'll do is we'll delete these. And we'll add more low dives over here, and then like 1 additional high dive on each side. So let's go with the deep water ladder. As far over as they'll go. And I'm gonna adjust the lighting just so we can see a little better when I add additional boards, because I want to try to space them out. I don't know, maybe like that. And those are across from each other, so they look pretty good. And then we can add like a couple low boards on each side of the high board. Okay, and then from here, let's just go ahead and add like another ladder. And then this is swimming depth, so we could do Alright, I think that's a pretty good looking pool. I mean, it's nothing super fancy, it's just a diving pool. And then let's take a look. Well, a short chair. The short chair will not cover the whole pool, so we do want a tall chair. But that covers it totally fine. Line it up with the back. Oh, excuse me. And okay, that didn't work. Well, look at that. People are already looking to get already looking to get in it. All right. Fine with that. I mean, that's effectively what the pools are for, is for people to get in and swim, although I do want them to take advantage of the boards. We actually could add a couple more kind of low boards. Oh, there we go. Like over here in the... And we could actually even swap these out. For high boards. Since that is still diving depth. It starts to taper up over here, which is swimming depth, so you really don't want high boards. Yeah, that's pretty good. So we've got a total of 9 high boards and 6, 18 low boards in the diving pool. That's pretty good. And I'll just go ahead and call it the diving pool, because that is effectively what it is. It's designed for diving, since we have all the boards. And this is the deepest pool that we have right now. Alright, I'm gonna step away real quick, and we'll be right back. Okay, we're back. Let's see, Maria says, how deep can a pool be in this game? Diving depth is the deepest. So, if you look, this is the cutoff for swimming depth, and then diving depth is about double. Wading depth is about half of swimming, and shallow is like ankle deep. So shallow is the shallowest you can walk across this. Wading, you can't really walk across it, but you'd have to get in, and you could easily walk along the bottom of the pool floor. Swimming is just probably a little bit deeper than like the average body height. And then diving is deep. This is probably, if I had to take a guess, between 4 and 5. Ooh, excuse me. Sorry. 4 and 5 meters. Swimming is probably about 2 to 2.5. Wading is maybe 1, and then shallow is just a few centimeters like that. Gizmo, welcome! Hello, it's me, but I changed my profile pic. Well, the good thing is I still see your name, so I know it's you. Hope you're doing well, man. Alright, and let's take a look. Swimming pool 8 is unsafe. There's no path to swimming pool 8. A lot of litter in the park. Yeah, we'll work on all of that. Now, I am still waiting on a solution for the video that I want to use for this. Let's, okay. I'd like to try to tie all of this together a little bit better. Connect that, maybe make slides over here or some other pool or something like that to try to connect this, because people are having to walk a fair ways. Oh man, look at all of the trash. Can I build a 12-foot tall kid dive coaster and hang you before the drop for 3 seconds? I mean, can you even build one 12 feet tall to hang over the edge, if not falling into the ground? We may do a dive coaster later on. Dives are easy coasters to build, and popular, and they have good capacity just because the trains hold a lot of people. Hire 23 janitors. I'm not sure that we need 23 right now in a park of this size, but we'll build out back this way, maybe to try to tie some stuff in. Janitors working overtime. Well, if they get happy, I'll increase their pay. I need a janitor like that in my home. They clean so fast. I do too. I think almost everybody would like to have a janitor that could clean their home that fast. Add 2 inversions to the 12-foot tall kid dive coaster. 2 JoJo rolls. But then it becomes not a kid coaster. I mean, I can't think of any kids coasters that have inversions, and a few that could count as family coasters might have 1. Like, I'm thinking like Revolution at Magic Mountain or Super Duper Looper at Hershey Park with a single vertical loop. And then perhaps, well, actually Cheetah Hunt at Busch Gardens Tampa with 1. That's just a Heartline roll about halfway through the ride. And that's pretty intense for a family coaster. Actually, when I was there in March, there was this guy and his daughter. His daughter probably was not more than like 7 or 8 years old. She was an absolute sweetheart, and the dad was super nice as well. And he and I were talking while we were waiting in line, and he said that that was her first big coaster. And it isn't massive, but beyond like a kid or a true family coaster. This one had an inversion. It was going to be her first time going upside down on a coaster. And I said, you really can't pick a you really can't pick a better coaster to introduce a kid to something on a bigger scale, but not like so massive that it freaks them out right away. Hey, Shem, welcome! Had an idea about a coaster diving into an underwater tunnel in a lake before, but never got around to it. A lazy river ride that flows under a coaster would also be cool. I actually, off-stream last night, tried building like an enclosed water slide that went under a lake. It didn't work. B&M Family Wing coasters have inversions. Really? I don't know of any of those. I know like their family inverts like Phoenix Rising and Big Bad Wolf's Revenge don't. Although they do have a couple overbanked turns. Can I say Kelly DeChita? That'll kick up the Family Fun coaster by 100 meters. Wow. That is something Legoland would do. Okay, let me check and see. Come on. I'm having trouble getting this video set. I didn't expect to have as much trouble as I am trying to get it converted. There's a family wing coaster with 2 inversions at a Legoland in Germany. Okay. I'll take your word for it. I really don't know that much about them. But I would believe that. Okay. I think we need to add some food and beverage, and what I think I'm gonna do is add... Oh, that was weird. My audio just cut out. Resort shop? There's a shuttle-launched B&M at Chessington in the UK called Mandrill Mayhem, and another at Legoland in Germany. Yeah. Do I want to know your real name? If you want to share it, that's fine, but let's be smart online. So, I would not encourage you to reveal anything beyond your first name. And you only do that if you're comfortable with it. Alright, here we go. Chief Beef. Chief Beef. Alright. Let's... No. I want to do an advanced move. And... what we'll do is just slide it backwards just a little bit to make sure it doesn't interfere with any of the building scenery. So when we don't see any black overlap, like that, I think we're good. Alright, we'll open Chief Beef. My real name is Gizmo. Alright. And what we'll do here is add a drink shop. So we have food and we need beverages. Let's go with... We could do Pep Shot Juice, we could do Latte Love, Gulpy Soda, Cosmic Cacao Milkshake. Let's do Slush Hour. Alright, those are lined up pretty decent. Yeah, you know, I think B&M are going... I'm gonna read that. Because if I just answer it without any context, it's gonna sound out of place. I think B&M are beginning to go into the family coaster territory to compete with Vekoma and Gerstlauer. The upside of this is we're seeing more intense family coasters with inversions, etc. Yes, Chief Beef, yeah! Everybody loves Chief Beef. And I honestly don't like the way that B&M is going right now. Call me old school, but I really love B&M inverts. Not their family inverts, traditional, you know, 4 across inverts with a lot of inversions, G-forces packed into... It can be a small footprint, although some of the rides, like Montu, Banshee, stuff like that, actually have long layouts and are quite long rides and very enjoyable. I love the floorless coasters. And I think there are only like 5 or 6 left in the world. But the traditional B&M sit-down loop or twister coasters. Kumba... Wildfire at Silver Dollar City is another one. The Incredible Hulk at Islands of Adventure, and I think there are 2 in China, if I'm not mistaken. And then the big one, the first 8 inversion coaster, Dragon Con at PortAventura over in Spain. So, I mean, those are just no frills, no gimmicks. They're just good old, sit your butt in the seat, put your feet on the floor, and get ready to go upside down a whole bunch. All about pulling positive Gs. Yes. With the exception of their hypercoasters, which have some really good airtime. Hey, Stephanie, welcome. Saw some of your live yesterday but never said anything. Saw your live again today and decided to say hello. I wish I could play the game, but my laptop doesn't have enough memory or storage. Thanks so much for stopping in and saying hi. I hope that you're able to get something to get this game working. It's really a lot of fun. I've been on the Hulk. Universal's one of my favorite places. Became an annual pass holder a year ago. It's been over 15 years since I've been to Universal. Or Islands of Adventure. In fact, it's been so long, the last time I was there, Dueling Dragons not only existed, but actually dueled. Gizmo rode a 160-foot tall family coaster, 70-degree drop. Oh, I just missed your message. Oh. There's also a rare B&M called Demon at Tivoli Gardens in Copenhagen. And Six Flags Over Texas is getting a B&M Giga coaster, so I'm okay with whatever they do. Yeah, so, Gigas... I mean, there's only 3 B&M Gigas right now. You've got Fury 325, which is arguably the best of the 3. And that's at my home park, and is... Oh, this is really tough. It's definitely one of my top 2. Probably on its best day, it's a number 1. On its worst day, it's a number 2. If that says anything. And then you have Leviathan, and then Orion. And I've heard Orion is the weakest of the 3. But they say you can't go wrong with a B&M Hyper. There are no bad B&M Hypers. And I think that's true to an extent, but there are really good ones, and then there are good ones, and there are just mediocre ones. Alright, let me see if I can get this working now. And at Carowinds, we have Fury 325, which, in my opinion, all Gigas are Hypers, because they meet the criteria of being over 200 feet. Some people say Gigas aren't Hypers, and Hypers are exclusively the 200 to 299. I'm going to call Fury a Hypercoaster. It is a Giga, but it is still a Hyper. And then we have Intimidator, aka what is now Thunder Striker. It's always going to be Intimidator to me. Okay. Yes, it works! Here we go. Sorry if there's a little bit of a spike in the voice there. But now, we have a shot of the coaster. And people can walk by it and see what this ride actually does. So, it just features the first few inversions. The vertical loop, the dive loop, the 0G, and the Batwing. So, but it's a good preview of the ride at least. So people can, like, walk up and decide if they want to get in line based on what they see. There's something. Nice little effect, and that's testing the billboard feature. 170 foot tall, 70-degree drop, and it has 5 inversions back-to-back, and my 5-year-old cousin was old enough to ride it. That sounds a little bit far-fetched for a family coaster. That's pretty intense. Shambhala is another that is not far off of a Giga. Yeah, I think Shambhala is the tallest Hyper that doesn't reach Giga status. And has some bonkers airtime. Yeah, I've watched the POVs of Shambhala, and I would love to get on that. I love a good B&M Hyper. And that's definitely on my list that I really would like to ride. Stephanie, that's crazy. You should definitely go back. Velocicoaster. Yeah, I've heard Velocicoaster's incredible. I'm still a little bit bitter about them tearing out Dueling Dragons. And I've heard that Hagrid's Motorbike, or whatever it's called, most people say it is really good, but I just don't think the experience would be on par with when Dueling Dragons dueled, which was the last that I experienced. Now, once they took away the dueling, I think it's justifiable to take them out, because without them dueling, you have 2 medium good B&M inverts. So, I mean, they lost the, the hallmark effect of what they were made for. Maria, will it work as an add to the coaster? I don't know if... I think it might just be more for visual aesthetics. I don't think people would actually pay attention to what the ad is showing and respond to it. Or what the video screen is showing. It could. I don't know. And Banana says, do I count Orion as a Giga? Yes. I know that is a little bit debatable. The reason I consider it a Giga is because it has that 300-foot drop. So, I'm going to use that basis for the same reason that I will call Apollo's Chariot at Busch Gardens Williamsburg as a hypercoaster. It isn't 200 feet tall, but it has a 200-foot drop. It actually goes below the terrain, so... Or, I mean, at least it drops down into a valley. Never been before with Dueling Dragons there. Hagrid's is great. There are people who say Stardust Racers at Epic Universe was a great idea as a dueling coaster since Dueling Dragons is gone. Yeah, I have heard that Stardust Racers is now, like, at the top of the list for a lot of people. I'm not 100% sure if I would call that totally dueling, as much as it is like a side-by-side racing. I mean, I'm sure there's some interaction. But they don't duel in the sense that Dueling Dragons did, to my understanding. But it still is a really cool effect when you have coasters race.
Come on.
Alright, yep. So we're having people get hurt on these water slides. Really isn't much of a line for them. I'm gonna go ahead and close them here as soon as these people get off. And I think what we need to do is just extend the run out. I would agree about the drop size, but that would also mean Magnum XL isn't a hyper. Yeah, you know, I can kind of see where you're coming from with that. It really is a gray area. Alright, what we're going to do is just expand these. Yeah, and Oblivion, that's another good example there. Oblivion at Alton Towers is 12 foot shy from being a hyper due to the full height of its drop. Haven't been on Stardust yet, but have been to Epic. Plus size rider and failed the test seat. Oh, that sucks. It happens. They haven't had the modified seats installed on Stardust yet, but will very soon. Well, hopefully in the near future you'll be able to give it another go and get on it, and hope you have a great time. It sounds like a really fun ride. Intersecting terrain, really? Okay. Oh, sorry. I deleted the path with her on it. Alright, let's add another run out. Yeah, just working on making these a little bit longer. And it sounds like one of these might need to be reprofiled slightly. Let's go ahead and do that. Have a trip planned for my birthday in January, so I'll be riding when I return. Sounds great. You'll have to let me know how it is. Dueling aspect of the Smiler when it's running fine is very good, both on ride and watching off. Yeah, that's one I'm a little less familiar with. I mean, I know the Smiler, of course, with all the inversions, but the dueling aspect is what I'm referring to that I'm not really familiar with. Guess it's... I'm supposing that just has to do with the time, like the trains make their way around the course, and at certain points maybe they're, I don't know, like side by side or something like that. Alright, that should be good there. And then we can go ahead and close that, pick her up and move her there. Oh, well, that looks wonky. Let's adjust that back. Whoa. That is a little odd. Workable, though. Alright, let's test all 4 of these. Since the modifications have been made. Should help. Alright, this one has a problem. These 3 are good to open. And actually, we reprofiled the drop on this, and it may not have needed it. I think it's actually this one that does. Yeah. Alright, so let's go ahead and just remodify this. Let's give that one more test run. This... I don't even count Twisted Colossus as a dueling coaster anymore. Yeah, you know what? I think it is, based on the way it was designed. However, yeah, you can blame Six Flags for that, the ride ops. That they don't sync them up the way they should. But I would still call that inherently a dueling coaster. I mean, after all, it was designed to be such, so... And when it does run a duel, it's incredible. Oh, gosh. Alright, those should be okay now. When it's synced correctly, on the first and second drop, the trains on inversions weave in and out. each and cross over several times. That actually sounds really neat. And the Batwing and Cobra Roll intertwines with both trains passing one another on Smiler. That sounds like a lot of fun. Alright, that is running complete, so I think we are good to reopen. We're good to reopen that, and these two outer ones are already open. So we're in good shape there. Alright, let's go ahead and reset the lighting. It actually looks really neat. I think what we can do there... Yeah, we can turn the audio off. Yeah, that way the sound isn't as distracting. That coaster looks fun. Oh, the Kraken. Yeah. I mean, I tried to theme it off of Kraken at SeaWorld, and I mean, at the beginning of the stream tonight, I changed the name. Because I'm like, Sea Serpent just sounds, Why not call it Kraken after what it's, based upon? Now people really aren't using the pool over here. Yeah, the one I made yesterday. Alright, pool safety. Why? Pool safety should be totally fine. Oh. Yeah, it's because the lifeguard got up. Okay. That is not connected to a filter, so we'll need to add one probably back here. Let's go ahead and do that real fast. And really just the corner needs to be connected. Alright, we're good now. That gives us room with water slides over this way, back that way. Okay. See, Chief Beef and the slushies are getting, a little bit of attention. Alright. I'm gonna do something that I did yesterday. We are going to do custom mat slide. Want this to be about 65 feet, maybe? $64, good enough. Alright. What we're gonna do is a 45-degree drop. Chief Beef for the win, yeah. Well... Well, we can shorten the track pieces a little bit if we need to. Add a run out. Well, those make it so you can't actually place them as close together, so I think we need to do an end like that. Alright, the next thing we'll do is we'll build another one identical to it. Right next to it, as close together as they can go. And we're gonna do racing slides. This is actually a pretty easy setup, because they don't have the twists and turns. Those would be a little bit tougher to kind of set together. Would be really cool if we could pull that off, though. Well. Ah! And we'll do the end. We'll just add a small pool here, kind of for the run out. And you can do a total of 8 synchronized. We'll add another one. One thing I really would like to do is figure out how to make them turn so that they stay kind of the same distance and kind of on pace with each other. Because, of course, if you don't line the turns up properly, the outer slides are going to have shorter turns and be faster than the inner ones that curve either way will have the longest turns and would hypothetically finish last all the time. Yeah, symmetrical. Yep. And there are some examples of those, but I don't know how to make them. It would be probably a lot of trial and error. And I'm not going to attempt to figure that out on stream, just for the sake of time. And I tried messing around with it a little bit last night off stream, but it was late, I was kind of tired, and I just gave up and decided to make them straight because it's just easier, and it's still pretty effective to do it this way. And I think we have room for one more. We could expand the platform and add. No, that's actually perfect. There's enough room for 6. Hey, Rhett, welcome. This is nice. Just a pretty typical typical triple down. 1, 2, and then 3, and the run out. Whoops. Alright. I think we want wading depth. That should be enough room for those. Alright. Now what we'll do... Let's go in here and add ride sync, and we just drag all 6 of these. Link them together. If we wanted to expand, excuse me, the platform, we could make 8, but I think 6 is going to be sufficient. I was going to say, I think I should have expanded the starts to be enclosed and have them taper off, but I think this is fine. So what we can do is color these, and I've got a little bit of an idea for these. Kind of stagger the stripes a little bit. We'll go back through and change the matte colors here. Supports will do Spanish gray. This here will be teal. This one here, maybe we can make like an orange. There we go. This can be a red. And this here could be like this red-violet color. No, that's too dark. Yeah, this will work. And then we'll do light gray. Yeah, and if you look at that, the colors are kind of alternating, and yeah, they kind of don't line up there at the end. So I kind of like the way that they're staggered, but it might end up just looking better if we actually... You know what we could do too is just add 2 more slides and line them up down here. I don't think it would be that difficult. Yeah, you know what? Why not? Haha. Let's do it. That'll be an easy fix. Just need to add that and join it as such. Okay. We'll expand the pool. Okay, and one more. These things, you know, just being kind of straight down, these are super easy. They're more like slides as opposed to your typical flumes, which is definitely an easier aspect. 33 there, and shorten that to 30. 2 runs and that. See, I've basically got that in my mind now. Okay. The next thing we'll do is go in and add sections to this pool. We need wading. And then that is going to be a shallow section right there. And the other thing we can do is center these just slightly better. Which is as simple as clicking that and sliding it over. And then we'll just kind of move all of these a little bit. Alright. So to center these, what we'll go ahead and do is... move it over halfway. Kind of using that middle column as a reference, and then we'll just put those two as close together as they can go. Oh, whoops. No, don't want to move the whole platform, we just want to move one slide. And then we'll push all of these over. These 3 come this way. There we go. Okay, now we're gonna redo the colors. Just because we have a couple extras in the mix. And I want to take a look at where the stripes run out on these. I think I like that better. So let's take a look. So the first 2 are going to be the color, and then the 3rd and 4th will be the... So we're going to switch that. Medium blue, this will be the light gray. That stays the same. This changes, and we're going to make this green. Yikes. Now we'll go with sea green. That's just a better looking. And then this here can be yellow. We'll probably go with something slightly darker. Yeah. Those stay. This will change to that saddle brown, kind of for the orange that we were going for. This will be red. Really, either of those two will work. We'll go with this. And this will be kind of that red-violet. Okay. Now we have 8 kind of more or less matching, and they're actually pretty close together, which is what we're looking for. Now, if we wanted to do runoffs, these mat slides don't usually end in pools, but if we wanted to do kind of these run-out lanes, you'd have to space them further apart, and that kind of takes away from the experience of synchronizing the slides. So, alright, what we're going to do now is color the mats. And we're going to go with kind of the basis of what we've chosen. Just change it up a little bit. Ah! Haha! There we go. Alright. Whoops. Whoa. Might have to go with this. I don't know. Alright, this one is actually a little easier, because the mat's already yellow. Well, yeah. We'll just adjust that. This'll be green. Oh no, whoops. Okay. That's the second time I clicked the wrong box. Okay. I think this is the one, add rides to group. Confirm 4 of 8. Why only 4 of 8? Should be all 8. There we go. Okay. The Macam Cabbie, hello, welcome. Now we'll test these, and they should all be. Yeah. Oh, that looks pretty good. Alright, now we just need to place an entrance. And we'll set that kind of on the back here. And we'll call this Wave Racers Matte Slides. I'd be on the blue one. Haha, Maria. I'd probably pick the teal. But I don't know. I mean, they're all going to ride the same. Now, since they're open, except for this part that is enclosed, the scenery's probably going to be a little bit different. Just because there's more on this side of the park. But when we add stuff over here, I've just got a refund for this game as it's simply awful. It's not worth the money. The first one is miles better. Man, I'm sorry to hear that. I've heard a lot of people say that. Now, I guess I have the advantage of not having played the first one. Because I came back from... Well, I got into this series after being out of it for a long time, but it was RCT3 for me, so it was a long time. And yeah, it is buggy, but from what I've seen, they've really done a good job of making improvements to it. Because I know initially the launch was very rough. So I have hope that this is going to continue to get better. But I'm glad you were able to get a refund for it if you weren't happy with it, because I know a lot of people have struggled with that process. So, I mean, to each their own. Maybe someday you'll be able to, you know, revisit it and give it another shot and be happy with it, but hey. It is what it is, you know? Alright, do we want to do... No, we do not want to do a straight line. Build out that way, and let's make sure that... Well, oh, I don't want to do that. Oh, the slides are just barely not covered. Wow. What is this? That's the filter. We can move it and just barely reach it. So played it today, got a terrible frame rate on riding POV on the coasters, and you get about 50% less rides than the first. I was so disappointed. Man, that sucks. I am sorry to hear that. I've had pretty good luck overall with how this is run on my computer. That said, it does seem like you have to have a pretty good computer to run it, and even if you have good specs, that isn't a guarantee that it's going to run well if it isn't optimized for your hardware and stuff like that, so I get it. Alright, let's get these open. Call that Wave Racer pink. Wave Racer red. Say that 10 times fast. This way, it'll just be easier to tell if any of them have a specific problem. Based on their color, instead of trying to figure out, oh, which one is number 4, which one is number 6, etc. Try saying that after a few shandies. Yeah. Wave Racer Red. Yeah, say that 15 times fast. I don't know. Alright, so those are all set, and let me just make sure they're all open. That pool is closed because that's a slide end. Yeah, all of those are good. Okay. I'm gonna step away real quick. Okay. Oh, he's stuck in the middle of the chair. Oh, and they are sunburnt a bit. Well, so all we have to do is just pick him up and drop him a few feet over. A lot of litter bin, or a lot of litter, so we need some litter bins and some janitors. Oh, it's starting to get a little crowded. That is a good sign, though. Our guest count is going up. Have that nice view right there. Look at that, it's actually drawing a pretty decent crowd. Oh, excuse me. Add a chair in the back here. This should be shut down because it's the exit for the slides. Build out that way. Yeah, you got the ability to add a restaurant kind of preset, but we can do a custom restaurant, and I think I'm actually going to try that. I did experiment with it a little bit yesterday to see kind of how it works. Not all that difficult. Just call that Wave Racer's End Pool. We can name this here. Call it that. That way we know what it is. We go over this way, we can expand outward. Right, I'm off. My liver and onion pizza has arrived. Thank you and good night. I hope you enjoy your food. And yeah, hopefully at some point this will work out a little better for you. Maybe you can consider giving it another try. But I totally understand if you're having trouble with it and not happy. So have a great evening. Hope to catch you back some point soon. Kind of stamp this a little bit further here. So we really have a couple different directions we can build out. We could actually even connect the path this way. So they're actually, if we go into, well, no, it should be under here, actually. We just have to maybe... I don't think it's... It might be centerpiece. No, it's dressing. So there's that. There's that. Oh, I like that. Because what we can do is actually build through here. Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do over here. Let's... We can always smooth that out a little bit if we have to. That's like a place you'd be able to walk up and get your, well, that's a shop. You could add a drink shop here, though. Let's just put that down for now, and we'll check and see if it's compatible with, Alright, let's go facilities, create custom, and it's going to be a restaurant. It looks like it's actually slightly too large. Just barely. And actually the way we'd be able to adjust that is... Yeah. It is a little bit large. We could try to find another piece of scenery that would fit that, or we could just custom build or leave it open. Yeah, no, that won't do it. That right there actually might be large enough other than... Yeah, the building is... Yeah, that doesn't really fit it, unfortunately. I mean, the other thing we could do is just add a regular restaurant, but I kind of wanted to do like a custom setup. A roller coaster station. No. That actually could work. But we just have to build it a little bit, you know, further under. That looks a little wonky. That's a shop. Maybe that? Eh. Kitchens. A little bit too large. Yeah, I think this piece is actually... Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we'll have to figure something out. We could do this, though. That kind of covers it up. In a way. That actually might be doable. I think that is a decent presentation. Right there. Just kind of be like a center plaza. So maybe what we should do is... It's going to kind of be a dining area back here. Okay. We'll add some stuff back there. I think that actually looks really neat. Looks like the coaster is actually getting a bit of attention too. That's good. Alright, what we'll do is go back over here. Yeah, there are a few people coming over for these slides. Oh, you know what? That's one thing we gotta do. Is reduce the price. That'll get people getting on that. Oh. Well, don't know what I'm going to do about that right now, but we'll figure it out. Then if we go over here, into the back where we have this little plaza, we need a power facility. Okay. The next thing we'll need to do is add some tables, and we have the ability to put different types down. You have these metal ones, which I'm not super big on, but they're simple and clean. These are cool. like these surfboard and wave-shaped tables and benches. And you can add umbrellas. And what I thought about doing, you can add up to 20. And I thought about doing an elevated seating area over something like a pool or... Yeah, alright. So here's what we're gonna do. Sounds like we need a an additional lifeguard. Okay. So let's come back over here, and I think we're gonna add a wave pool. And there's a reason I'm doing this right now. It's going to be swimming depth. We don't want it too deep. And then we're going to go to pool extras, and I need to check and see. Oh, we got to clear that. It's a 4 meter. 16 meter. Or an 8 meter. Scenery. Oh, and then you have a 1 meter machine. 1, 4, 8, and 16. Interesting. And that is still... Okay. Ever just barely. Alright, and let's see if we can... So we actually need to demo that. I don't know, that's actually still okay, I think. Then we'll go up to wading depth. let's add a couple more stamps here. We want... not diving, there we go. We want wading depth. Here. This needs to be shallow. Oh, there shouldn't be any lazy river jets. I just messed this entire pool up. Oh boy, okay. Let's redo that. And we can build this actually further back. Yeah, liver and onions. Yeah, probably not my favorite thing, but hey, if it's some people's cup of tea, it's totally fine. Not totally thrilled that I just messed that up. This will kind of give us another shot at oh, not mine, Simpsons reference. Oh! Ha! My granddad, God rest his soul, would always cook the grossest meats when I was a kid. Ooh. Yeah, that doesn't sound too pleasant. Getting these pools to kind of fan out is really what I'm having trouble with right now. We're gonna have to level this terrain. I don't know why I'm having so much trouble with it. Alright, but here's what we're gonna do. Try to line that up. Alright, let's try it this way. Looks not attempted pools yet, but it looks like it takes some getting used to. It really is not difficult to make a basic, like, square pool. But yeah, to get them shaped the way that you would really want to and stuff like that, I think it's actually a lot more difficult. Turn the lazy river section off. And to do a wave pool, I think we need Alright, and here's how we're gonna do this, actually. Gonna make it a little easier on myself. Now we're gonna go to wading depth. And from here, we're gonna go up to shallow. Plenty of room for people to get into the water this way. It's 5 wide. We can expand out here and have it branch outward. We're gonna do shallow over here. This area needs to be at wading depth, I believe. The hardest part about it is getting the pool depth to change consistently with what we're trying to do. Oh, okay. So to try to get it fan outward, we could just forgo that for now. Place that there like that. And have it connect in here, but that would be really tough to get the pool depth to kind of taper down the way that we want it to. I think here is a way that we could do that. Really? That is interesting, so that may not work. That will. Huh. That's bizarre. And then what we would do... Yeah, look at that. See, it's kind of wonky with the depth, but... And it goes back to swimming depth over here. Yeah, I really do not know the best way to... There we go. To work that out. I mean, it's something for the time being. Let's actually do this. Let's round this path here. Way like that. And then what we'll do here is... Whoa. Ha 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 ha! Not quite what I was looking for right there. Can always level that small piece out. And then you can kind of see where I'm going with this. Did I hear about Action Park in New Jersey? No, I did not. Notoriously sketchy water park from the 80s that had countless injuries and a few fatalities. The most infamous slide was the Cannonball Looper. Yeah, no, I've not heard of that, so sounds kind of wonky though. If we wanted to... There will be plenty of... Everything was built in-house and not very well. There will be plenty of YouTube vids worth checking out. Yeah! That'd be pretty fascinating. Water park gone wrong. Ah! Kinda like to double these up. This is always a challenge, though, getting this, this built up. Don't need that tall. What I want to do is have it... Profiling of the slides and the size of the loops would fail the intensity level on this game. Wow! Wow, that's pretty telling. Alright. Guess we gotta go back to this here. And I don't know the best way... to kind of pivot this. Oh, and they don't totally match. Ah! Is there a way to select all of these without selecting the pool? And just to rotate this a little bit to get it back into position. Okay, there we go. That is what I want to do. And then exclude that piece there. And then just very, very slightly rotate those walls so that they are lined up. That's so close. Tiny, tiny, tiny bit more. Alright, I think that's where they need to be. Now we'll go back and do an advanced... Nope. Advanced move. And this time... accept. Yeah, it looks great. I appreciate that. That's a spare piece that now we need to... We go back into this and rotate it. And then it's going to be the same thing right here. This part's going to be a little tougher. Now we go back to advanced move. The level of detail... The levels of detail possible in this game make it so addictive. Exactly. I mean, you could spend hours building buildings and constructing ride platforms and stuff, and I'm not going to do that on stream, but there's... I mean, there's a very real possibility that I could do that off stream, is just spend a long time kind of getting, you know, this set up the way you want to. It's a real possibility with this game. And in a way, that's a really good thing. There's some parts of the infrastructure I've made, like park entrances, I've spent many hours on it, yet feels like nothing that I'm that engrossed. Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And that's a real challenge to this. Alright, here's another piece to rotate. We go around the... Alright, gonna cheat real quick with the lighting. Gotta go the other direction with that. Stamp the footpath right here. we go. 2 staircases and a nice ramp right there. And then you have this nice kind of seating area. Kind of up here above the wave pool. And actually, let's do this. Let's just delete those couple sections right there. Can play around with the terrain a little bit more. Did I say my local? Yes. Yeah, it is Carowinds. I'm about 2 hours away from. Spent a little time sculpting that there. Now we can go ahead and add some tables. And what I'm going to do, select these surfboard picnic tables, and you can add up to 20. And what we could do is add a few kind of over here. And let's change the color of the surfboards. Let's go with a... Let's go with that. North of England here, some less than an hour away from both Blackpool and Alton Towers. That is awesome. Yeah, I wish I had a park an hour away from me. I mean, Carowinds is just over 2. And then I've got, another park, Six Flags, is like 3 and change, I think. Yeah, nice surf tables as an homage to the late Brian Wilson. Yeah! Absolutely. Yeah, that was a little sad in the news. Alright. And then what we could do is even, you know, alternate the colors of some of these. Of course, let's add a few more. Six Flags Georgia the one with Wicked or Twisted Cyclone? Twisted. Wicked Cyclone, I believe, is the one in New England. It's up in Massachusetts. I'm pretty sure. Alright, that's 18 tables, so we've got room for 2 more. Or, if we want to add a second restaurant, then we can actually connect, tables to another. Because we could probably fit another 9 up here, perhaps. And then we've got all of this down here that we could add. So maybe we open a second location, or we just add, like, some chairs and stuff like that up here for people to just lounge. So let's actually go in, add pool extras, clear filters. Oh, because, no. Yeah, you can't do that because that's trying to actually add it to the... I need a taller lifeguard chair for the wave pool back here. Call it a tide pool and it's open. We'll add the restaurant over here. And then do we potentially want to add another location for people to buy food? I mean, it would essentially result in 2 different restaurants, I believe. I'm not sure if there's a way to link them together. That actually looks better that way, I believe. And then we could do the same thing back here. The only thing is you can't move this too far back, or the tables will be actually separated. So for example, we could... Too far from a linked table. So yeah, it's got to stay where it's at. These tables, we could move up here and have those for the second one if we decided to go that route. Yeah, that's right. I get them mixed up. Yeah, I do too, occasionally. The Massachusetts one was originally Riverside Cyclone. Yep. That was Georgia Cyclone with similar footprint. I think so, but I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, so what we'd end up doing is taking these 12 tables here, and I'm going to see if we can. Oh, and we can just move these straight down over here. That's actually... That's so much easier, actually. And then what we'll do is just select these 6. Move them rotate. We'll put those there. And then we have the ability to add a few more over here if we want to add a second location. Or in fact, let's take a look at that. And then just hopefully we wouldn't be, Nope, those actually are too far away. Great. Okay, so our option here would be move this and bring these closer, which would end up probably have to move that out. Alright, let's try this. Uh-oh. First ever coaster I went on was as a child, was a defunct Cyclone spin-off, the Cyclone at Southport. The third drop was the biggest. Interesting. Actually does sound pretty cool. Alright, and then what we'll do over here is let's just demo these kind of extra paths. And let's redo the stamps now. Also passed through the ghost train building, and then I had a hidden dip in the dark. Those are always fun when they get you by surprise. Alright, next thing we can do is go ahead and move this inward. Kind of back here. I like that, perhaps. Next thing we can do is re-add this second one. That area looking cool, yeah! And you walk in and you have 2 restaurant counters. We'll add some scenery in the back here. And we can add some more tables. We'll get the spacing of those a bit better in a moment. So there's 30 tables, so I think we have 2 more for the second, or for this first one back here. And then we have room for an additional 12. No. 8. Yeah, because it's 20 per restaurant, so we'd be able to have a total of 40 tables. Thing is, there's not really a lot of area down here. We could always set up over here. Actually, they'd be too far away. Maybe not from this one, but certainly from that one there. So the other option would be to link the tables to something different. It's probably okay. If we ever need to, we can actually expand out this way. Maybe we'll do that. We do have room to do so. Alright, let's add those 15. And then what we'll do here... add those. Oh, we gotta do them all. Okay. Alright, now each restaurant has 15 of the available 20. Okay. Now let's add some trees. Now let's go with nature region, tropical. I mean, the other thing we could do is just go into here, scenery brush, and choose. What do we want? Tropical large and tropical small. Whoa, not quite to that extent. I like the idea of that, though. The other thing we can do is add some larger plants. A bunch of people just standing up. Well, I wonder why nobody's getting in this water. Yeah, maybe we need to switch the actual... I don't know. This area here is not getting much attention. Probably needs something to draw people toward it. They've all just seen Jaws. Yeah. That would be a good reason not to get in the water. I don't understand why all these people are just, like, standing around, though. Alright, let's give this a name. Call it Bodie's Grill One. That's the name of the mascot, the shark. Alright, let's add a few path extras.
Ja, Leskevantikas and Peak.
Alright, some trash cans. Maybe some benches. Just some regular kind of benches to sit. Kind of here. Is it? It is really called Brody? I think it's Bodhi. I'm not sure exactly how to say it. B-O-D-H-I. And where'd he go? He's already probably made his way. Yeah, he's over here already by the pool. Like, I'd like to try to get him and promote his restaurant. That was named after him. 8 rides had few guests using them. It's probably this one. People aren't getting to it. Even though it's free. It has actually a pretty good excitement rating. So you would think there would be more people to, I wonder if it's just not easily accessible or something like that. Probably some other stuff over this way would be good to add. Well, hopefully we'll get some people over to this wave pool, though. Oh my, look at all the litter. Yeah, wow. Yikes. I guess we do need to add some more, trash cans around here. Yikes. Yeah, we definitely don't want to neglect that. Just maybe next to all of these. Not a bad idea. Brody was the police chief in Jaws. Oh yeah, and I see the connection there. Yeah, wow. I didn't even think of that. That is funny. Now see, all these people are just still standing here. Like, I don't know what's going on. It's like they're bogged or something. Gizmo, welcome back. Alright. Gonna clear these right here. And I think what we'll do is add, and add a couple more buildings. And let's do this. Build the king of all coasters, please, 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 please. We'll build a big coaster here in a bit. Alright. Now let's go add... Oh, custom. I think we need to add drinks. We already did slush hour. So maybe a latte love. Because, I mean, people like the... Excuse me. No, the king of all coasters is King Dakar. I did that, or something similar to it in my Viking park. Alright, we've got Latte Love. Build Falcon's Flight. Oh, I'm not doing that one. Not gonna do Falcon's Flight. We could do the Pip Shot Juice. We could do Gulpy Soda. Let's do Pip Shot. We'll do an advanced move again. We'll bring this forward. Just a little. Build a kid coaster? I mean, we could do a kid coaster. The Zephyr Jr. coaster or something like that. Alright, the other thing we should probably go ahead and do would be... Let's add another one. Another one of these. Let's actually set those back here. And let's switch to souvenirs. So, hats, because of the sun. And who doesn't like a cool looking hat? Very satisfying when you make the shops and facilities on point like that. Yeah, I've kind of got that down to a science. Just get it in place. Clearing the paths out ahead of time helps. But if not, then get out of the scenery group and have just the shop itself. And then it's just easy to kind of slide into place. And then just a tiny bit back. To where none of that is obscured. No power. Oh. Alright, the other thing we'll do, since we're in kind of the water ride area. Not balloons, just a memento. Splash Emporium. There we go. Set that there. Get out of the scenery group. Go into just the location. Advanced move, and we'll slide that back into place. This needs power. 303-foot tall dive coaster, small layout, 7 inversions, 123-degree dive, and hangs you up there before the drop for 5 seconds before saying your final goodbyes, please. That is like a monster Gerstlauer. Like, that's just insanity. You know, if you think about it. That is what that sounds like. It's just a Gerstlauer. Oh, come on. I should have had the railings turned off on that. Okay. Have you ever heard that my cousin plays Torture Coaster 2? Yeah, you were telling me that the other night, I think. These are not lined up. That just makes this a little bit tough to... Okay. So let's go kinda... Oh, good lord. Let's go with a curved line. Okay, that's linked up a little better. I'm about to hit 160 subs. Congrats. There you go. I've got a little ways to get there. Well, we'll get there sure enough. A vandal has been caught by security and ejected from the park. I wonder what they vandalize. Oh, the trash can, it's tipped over. It got mad and tipped over the trash can. Oh, man. Alright, well. Well, that's taken care of. Alright. Let's go into Blueprint, because we need to add more power. Oh, it's just in the grayed out area. That's why. Make a janitor parade. That would be a Giga Infinity. I do think a vertical or beyond vertical Giga drop excluding stratas would be awesome. Yeah. That would be a lot. Alright, now we can open Hat's fantastic. Ah, could even put like a little TV screen up here. Actually, you know what? Let's try that. And actually, the trick right now would be to go to this, and we can just look at what are available. So they do have the Hat Fantastic, Advert, Soda Life, Splash Emporium. Okay, yeah, so they do actually have look at the line for those. So if we wanted to go in here, clear the filters, video, custom, and 2 meters the smallest that we could do. Well, be able to put that up over that. Oh, that's cool, because as people walk around, you actually... That could work. And then here what we can do... This is the Hat Fantastic, so we could actually do the Hat Fantastic advert. Yeah, that's probably enough noise. This one here we could do Splash Emporium. Oh, so the penalty is actually these counters over here. Wow. The screens are something I've not yet considered. Very cool. Yeah. I think they're going to be really impressive when Update 6 with the gift shops and the on-ride photos and stuff come out. Because that apparently is supposed to be a major use for them, is the TVs will display like your on-ride photo sales and stuff. I think these counters eventually will go and we'll upgrade those to regular shops because they're actually pulling the scenery rating way down. So everything kind of out of here is just isolated. These stairs. Maybe we move them. Maybe that makes it a little easier to get to or something. Yeah, exactly. Not long now, though. Hey, Mozart Timo, welcome. Hope Update 6 comes out all of a sudden before the end of the month. Well, I think with Update 5, they announced the day, and it was like 2 days later that it actually came out. Like, I think it came out the 29th, and they said the 27th it was going to be coming out that day. So, yeah. I don't think it'll be more than, like, 5 more days. I think by Friday it'll be out. Well, of course it has a long line. Look at it. Yeah, hopefully these mat slides get a little more attention. Maybe if we tie that into a pool or something. Maybe what we'll do, so they don't have to walk as far, is track that kind of out this way. And that should help. Upload it, videos every day. How about you? Not every day. See, why are all of these people just still standing here? Alright, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna pick the group up, and then we're just gonna drop them very slightly. And, I don't know, this is a really kind of odd glitch that I've been seeing. All these people just standing. It's like they're stuck. And the rating kind of suffers because of that. And it's like they want to do something and they're upset, but they can't move. But now they are. It's almost like just a manual kind of reset of the guests. That has happened occasionally up here. Ooh. Look at all that trash. Holy Lord.
Whoa.
Just take a look at all that litter right there. Let's get these people cleaning a little more. Probably need more trash cans. Oh, good man. Going to go get some chief beef. What we might actually do is relocate the chief beef. Oh, he's going to go chase somebody else. Oh, this guy's on a run. Is he gonna catch him? Oh, man. Is he... Oh, I think he's gonna get him. He got him. Wow. Just barely, too. He almost made it out. From, like, all the way back here. I mean, he made it 3/4 of the way. Alright, well, we're improving here. Yeah, there's more litter up front. I really kind of want to... kind of sculpt the, park entrance a little better, and then we made these giant big squares to add additional scenery. Maybe we should do that. Okay. So let's actually do this. Slightly brain dead guests, yeah. Where's the beef? I broke a Planet Coaster 2 record by 10-meter foot-long coaster in max height tall, 100 airtime hills, 1,000 inversions, and the excitement rating is very high. Nausea and scaredness are extremely low. How? Oh, you know what? We're gonna do... We're gonna clear these back out. Oh, whoops. Ah! Didn't want that.
Well.
Didn't quite mean to do that there. My guess in Planet Coaster 2, walk through the huge water fountain in the entrance of my theme park. Yeah, I've noticed a couple times that they just walk through stuff. Doesn't make a whole ton of sense. Nature scene. Ooh, that's a little too large for that. This isn't. Maybe slightly. Although we can always path around that. Scene 2 is what we just added. 3. It's kind of got the tiki stuff. 5 is a nice, kind of mild size. Hey Dale, what up? What up? Don't stop killing it. Everything is looking great per usual, my boy. I appreciate it. Where's my water roller coaster and water transport ride? LOL, JK. They're gonna come eventually. I have not forgotten about that. Focusing a little bit on the scenery at the moment, because I do want to try to spice that up a little bit. Give people something pretty to look at, I suppose. Alright. We'll have to cut this path off at some point. You can change the size by pressing scale in the top right of your screen. Yeah, that's right. I appreciate that. I forgot. Looking fantastic. I appreciate it. Thanks, man. We will, we'll get to it. This plaza section is nice, yeah. Probably just a little bit something, maybe some smaller scenery in the corners to kind of try to break it up. Because this is just really like wide footpath. That really doesn't go to anything. I'd like to redo the... Oh, you know what? We could probably do that with just the stamp. Add rails. Let's turn just the stamp size down to 1. Not perfect, but workable. Uh-oh, the guests are walking through the rocks. Oh, yeah, probably because there is the path around them and stuff. Okay. Yep. planners are a good shoot. Yeah. Yeah, we will go ahead and... Oh. Whoops. Alright, and then maybe what we do is just go back into this and do the stamp. Alright, that's a bit better. Oh, take a look at that right there, that view. Because you can kind of see these water slides in the back. You can see the mat racers just barely. And then off of here, of course, you can see Kraken. Alright, let's add a few path extras. Alright, we do have a bench by Chief Beef. You can hide barricades underneath them and around those decorative places so guests don't walk through them. I actually don't know how to do that, but I will look into that. Thanks for the tip. Oh, somebody actually tipped over the, garbage can. Vandal. The other thing we can do is add some benches here. Someone call security, yeah. I don't know, they might have gotten away with it. Right. We add another bench. Bye, see you later or tomorrow in the next live, okay. Alright, Gizmo, I appreciate you hanging out. Have a great evening. And then... a couple more benches over here. Bridge on this side of the water is actually slightly larger than that one over there. We'll figure out what to do with this here. Resort picnic bench 2. Really? Unhappy. Breaking that has made me feel a bit better. Go home. You're not vandalizing my stuff. I'm sorry, Dale, but as a banana, I'm incapable of calling security. Oh yeah, there's the speaker right on top of that. You can change the music if you wanted to. It's actually pretty cool. Spear outskirts of the forest. Go through and change the music to really whatever we wanted to, but for now I think that's okay. Not trying to make your life hard, but as a father of 5-year-old twins, you need rails all around that front bridge area. Oh yeah, kind of up here above the water and stuff. Yeah, I'll go back and add that. I might end up just demoing this, because really there's no use for it. Won't get people around it unless we just wanted to add like more seats or something, but I think this can all go. Yeah, well, I'll just cut that off. Alright. What we will do here, let's change the stamp builder, and now we'll go down to 1. It's a troubled bridge over water, yeah, right? Look at that. I just mixed all of those people up. There we go. That's a bit better. Oh no! Well, I didn't mean to do that. Alright. Let's see if there's a way that I can... perhaps. It's gotta go into that sandy path, invisible path? Maybe? Oh, hit the back button. Yeah, forgot about that. Thanks. Alright, so to get people to stop walking through the fountain, I think maybe what I'll try is... I have no clue how this is gonna work. I mean, the other thing we could do is just temporarily relocate the fountain for a moment. And... no, that still gets people walking. Oh, that circle's lopsided anyway. Alright. You can use the stamp delete tool. Yeah. The thing was, it wouldn't delete the circle, though. Unless... oh, okay, I see what you're saying now. So let's just go back and undo all of that there. Okay. So demo, flocking to it, they are swarming over. Barricades push down into the ground, yeah. So I'm not sure how to do the barricades, the invisible ones. Oh, barrier. So these here. How do you make them invisible? Yeah, pushed into the ground. Okay. Now I'll have to play around with that. That would probably take a fair amount of time to layer them around this underground. Put one down and no one is touching it. Yeah. So I think for right now, if I just square this up, probably will be sufficient. Just guessed repellent. Yeah, right. Utilize that rounding tool, yeah. I don't know why it really... That's a bit better. Wonder if it's because I've overlaid too many stamps or something. It's a bit better. Should we call you Cookie Pirate or Cookie Pirate? I mean, most people just call me Cookie for short, but I don't care. Yeah, see it? It rounds some of it, and then... like, doesn't round other sections for whatever... for whatever reason. That's a bit nicer. This back here, it won't. I don't know. Yeah, fine enough, I suppose. I don't know why nobody's going for this. Nobody's going for this wave pool either. I'm gonna actually try something here. Looks fantastic. Thanks so much, I appreciate that. Alright, save park. Exit to main menu. And I'm gonna restart my game. I have a feeling this is bugged a little bit. And I actually encountered this the other day, and restarting my game and reloading seemed to work. Start getting people into it. Turn max guest in sandbox setting up. I don't think it's the number of guests, though. It's just the fact that nobody's getting on this ride. I would have done the same thing if mofos weren't in my rides, pools, etc. I suppose the other thing that we could do is just shut it down and then reopen it. And then we could even try the same. Well, I guess you can't close, like, the platform. Oh, but we could go in and just... we could shut all of these rides down. Or not all of them, but these 8. Let's just shut them down. And then we'll... reopen them. Bargain pricing. I think most of these, I think, are actually set to... yeah, these are totally free. I mean, we could try bargain. That's a lot of money to spend, though. I wouldn't charge people $8 to go on those slides, but yeah. Multiple connected tables have no... yeah, I'm not sure what's up with that. I mean, there is a path. Unless anything's separated. Looks like everything is connected. So yeah, something's bugged. I don't know.
Devotee. Oh. Amulad. Oh. Hey, Kaladin.
Game's pathing be tweaking out. Oh, for sure. I like this area, though, that I set up here. It's just a cool view. That'd be neat if we had people in this pool. And then maybe did something out this way with some of the land. I'm thinking about adding another coaster. Oh, it's starting to get a little late, though. Oh, no, look at this. Now people are getting on it. The new update is definitely coming out Tuesday or Thursday, and they're beta testing crap in the background. Yeah. They haven't said anything about an additional roadmap, like update 7 and beyond, but I'd imagine they're working on some pretty cool stuff for that. It's starting to get pretty crowded over through here.
Hey, uh-huh. Ooh. Huh? What the? Huh.
And I don't know. That round's totally fine. This will not. I mean, we could retry. That probably will help. Yeah, there we go. That's a bit better. Hopefully new scenery themes or new coasters. I don't think they're going to have too much scenery left, other than, like, if they bring back some of the Planet Coaster 1 themes that were DLC, they'll probably bring those back in this game as DLC, I would imagine. I could be wrong. New coasters would be really cool. One thing I really wish that they could do is add, like, proper transfer tracks. So, for example, the Premier Rides LSM, so like your Skyrocket models and stuff like that, the dual launch, like multi-direction launch, doesn't seem to work very well, and there's no transfer track. So if you think of something like Icebreaker at SeaWorld Orlando, you know, you get launched multiple directions, and then there's a direction change, like the track shifts to the side. That way, you can actually load a train in the station while the other one's on the course. Because it has a backwards launch, you go up a spike, and then you go down, and then you go through a full circuit forward and end the ride back in the station. So it's not like a shuttle return coaster. And that, unfortunately, is missing. Yeah, swing launches would be awesome. I hope they will add those in at some point. So we've got a floorless kind of inversion-based coaster. We could do a Mock Rides. We could do a Gerstlauer, although Ooh. And the Gerstlauer would be pretty tough, actually. The other thing we could do is some sort of a hypercoaster. I love hypers. And that could be cool. Just look at these slide platforms. This thing is jam-packed over here. Look at that. This over here is starting to get a pretty good crowd. This over here is almost empty. And I wonder, maybe it's because there's not like a pool nearby. Maybe it's kind of isolated. Maybe we need another pool over here. Look at the view from up here, though. And you can see the body slides, you can see the tube slides, you can see Kraken in the background. Well, I just need 2 people to get on. These people have probably been sitting there on the mat for a while, ready to go. Yeah, they're using it at least. It needs attention. Dive pools. A pretty good amount of people. Let's think about what we could add over here. I'm going to step away real quick. I'll give it a thought for a couple minutes. Okay. Probably the color theme. Well. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I tried to color them kind of like not your typical red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. So I added the teal and the, I guess magenta in there. Could change it up. Sometimes changing the colors of the slides gets people's attention a little bit. I don't know about in this game, but I mean certainly in the real world, whenever you paint a slide or a roller coaster or something like that, it catches people's attention. So I'm split between either a Mach Rides or maybe the Gerstlauer Infinity. I think a good plot of land over here. The other option is to put this even more front and center than that. Fit that in a small footprint. No, not the bad paint scheme. Oh, people are getting inflatables. That's good, at least. You can see a few people using the inner tubes and stuff. Alright, tell you what. I'm gonna go with the Mach Rides just because I'm a little more comfortable with that, and I think it will have a little better capacity. So I'm gonna go with the Mach Rides LSM. I don't think we need too much to it. We will do the... exit this side. Oh, it cleared it completely. I just wanted to move the station. I'm gonna move it a little further out this way. So, I could do this very much like Copperhead Strike and start with a JoJo roll. I love JoJo rolls. Right out the gate. Could do that. Roll into that right-hand turn. Alright, my goldfish just bit someone. I gotta go. Oh, man. Alright, man. Have a great evening. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you. Alright. Let's get this thing straightened out. Oh, it wasn't fully unbanked. Alright, the cool thing about this is the LSMs can actually go, up and down on inclines. They can't go steeper than 20 degrees for the hold. Oh no, never mind. That is the launch. Now hold on. Oh, the hold can go. Interesting. But only the regular LSMs can't go. That's interesting. Alright, this here, I want to have a more punchy launch, so we're going to make it 29 feet per second. Give a nice little airtime pop. Or does this... I need to test this though, because you get more flexibility with the track. You get some good airtime doing that. I just want to test that and see how that works, because there's several hold sections that you get greater flexibility with the track. But is it going to hold it at each of those? I'm not sure. Oh, I see what it's doing. Yeah, you can't do that. Why is the fear so high on that? Yeah, that like does nothing. That's just gonna... Okay, so now we know what we have to do. Let's go back here. We'll do the hold section. Kind of a nice little pop of airtime. We could do the butterfly inversion. It's too high up though. Demonic knot. It's like a it's like an inclined like pretzel roll almost. That is weird. Pretzel knot. Oh, that could be fun. It's almost like a bat wing, except they cross over. Raven turn, that doesn't work on that ride. The Sea Serpent, which is basically a Cobra roll, except the second half is flipped, so it sends you the same way. That could be fun. I think there's something called a bow tie that does basically the same thing as the Batwing. Yeah, it is. Those elements are just a bit large, though. Tell you what, we're gonna hold that. We'll just do a flat launch to start. I mean, we could send it into a dive loop, we could do a vertical loop. Ooh, Sidewinder. Immelman. Inclined loop. So that's almost on its side. That's not even really much of an inversion. It's like an overbanked helix. That's an inclined loop, but I wish you could get them more upright so they're less inclined, closer to a vertical. So, honestly, never anything wrong with giving a good vertical loop. That's gonna... Yeah, that loop needs to be much larger, I think. That launch is gonna be pretty punchy. Honestly, I think we could even make it like closer to 120. I love large vertical loops with a lot of hang time. Oh, it does. I didn't think it was going to make it through that at first. And then what about maybe a top hat? Not really sure of the best way to... I don't know the best way to make this. Well, not... It's gonna be... What rolls back through there? Oh, man. Yeah, we need a second launch. Before that. I mean, we could always shrink that. What about one of these dive drops or something like that could be cool? No, dive drop would send it underground. Yes, we could do a double up. That'll be a slow roll. Only be placed on straight and unbanked track that isn't sloped past -90 or 90. I wonder if that's bugged. Maybe these are supposed to be reversed. Seems like those should be able to go. Right back over the slide. Oh my gosh. What just happened? What in the world? Recovering from crash landing. Oh. Alright, let's get these people on the path. Wow. Poor people. Yeah, the train came right down off of that as I started to set it up for the top hat, and that was not intentional. Let's get this next section built before that. Alright, so I think what we need to do is twist it that way. Now we can do the top hat. Oh. Yeah, we'll need to check the double, the second launch. Oh my, it crawls through that. We might need to add a little bit of a boost. Now, there's not really great hang time in that. Maybe we make it a little taller and maybe make it Maybe more like a 0G stall or something? Yeah, now it's 141, and that's going to have a ton of hang time. Now let's twist it the other way. Have it come back out that way. Yeah, this is very reminiscent of Copperhead Strike now that I'm kind of thinking about it. Oh, that's good. Nice. Alright. It's kind of a little bit of a weird... Very nice 0G roll. And they're really not go lower. It's got such an approach into that, though. Let's see if we can't just do our own. That goes so slow over the top of that. That's gonna be... I hope that doesn't hurt pacing. That could be an advantage, actually, when we set that up. Let's give some of those good pops of airtime that mock launches are known for. how many inversions we got? We got the large vertical loop, the top hat, 0G, the JoJo roll, the serpent, the dive drop, not the serpent. And then probably maybe just some kind of wild. It's just ripping through the second half of that. So we're going to have to add some trim brakes somewhere or just turn down the speed of the second launch. Actually, we can't do that because of the top hat. So yeah, we'll probably have to add some trim somewhere on here. We'll figure out where. But yeah, it's just ripping through this. Alright, let's work backwards here. Set her on a block. These here should be able to have straight and unbanked. It's gotta be. Alright, so let's go in here and work. Ah, that stays. Ah, there's nowhere to add these, from what I'm seeing. That's going to be a bit of a problem. That back is going to be way too rough. Yeah, yeah, oh, yeah, that's... yeah, that is no good without some sort of trim brakes. Somewhere. Gonna have to try to find a place to set those. This is the only place that I can think of where would be able to get a set. Oh, can't do that. Alright, we could try that now. Those trim brakes should help a little bit out of the, out of kind of the top hat stall. And then if this has a decent, decent result, we'll ride it. And I think I'm gonna get ready to call it a night because I'm getting pretty tired. Well, a little bit of a wonky layout. I think that's hurting the pacing a little bit. Oh, a couple rough pops at ejector. Yeah, I don't know about that. Not sure I like the layout entirely. Oh, that's actually not too bad. Now, if we want to go into the ride ops, we can add 2 trains. Let's add some music, maybe. No. Oh, this is always a good one. You can watch the ride. Alright, let's jump on and give this a run. See how it comes out. Nice hang time at the top of the loop. Whoa! Odd on the, curve there. Ooh, double up. Loses a lot of speed right here, and I think that might be a little bit too much. I think that hurts the pacing a little bit. This interesting... Yeah, that'll need to be smoothed out. Whoa. That needs to be smoothed. Whoa! Whoa! And you got this weird kind of overbanked helix. Pops of ejector. That's too low. Or too high. It slows down too much. And then... Ooh, that was slightly abrupt to the end. But not bad. I think it just needs some improvement in a couple places, but overall it has some pretty good elements. Probably downsize this and correct that curve. So, but it's something. I'm going to go ahead and save here and get ready to call it a night because it's getting pretty late and I'm tired. So, alright, we'll save over that. Alright, and there we go. Alright, everybody, thanks so much for tuning in. Appreciate y'all hanging out. I look forward to picking this back up another day. And always, or as always, well, take care, stay safe, we'll see ya.